Okay, welcome back to Lumuri Ted Ed. We've been having over 100 talks in the last 2 days. Today's day 3, last day. And today, even more important, we have 11th grade and 12th graders. So that means that we should be expecting very valid, very extraordinary talks. So without further ado, let's begin with day 3, what makes us human, with the subtopic, who am I, without a label.
Good morning and welcome to our last day of our Tech Talk 2025. Are you excited, Manuel?
Yeah, this was a really fun event, a really interesting one. I can't wait for more installments.
We're so grateful to present our first Tech Talk in this year.
Our first guest is Dominic Barinas. Dominic Barinas with his talk title being Fitting In versus Belonging. Good luck. That was really good, really interesting, wasn't it, Iram?
Yes, it was really good. I really like it.
Now, Dominic, I have a question for you. What made you pick that talk title? The essence of being human. What made you? Yeah. Um, no, that's the only question we have for you. Thank you very much. Round of applause.
I didn't understand anything she said. Okay. Next, uh, n- wait. Next, we have Brian Felix with the title The Human Drive. Sorry, sorry.
Think about the last time you pushed yourself to what felt possible. Maybe it was running an extra mile when your body was hurting and your legs were burning, or staying up late finishing something you cared about. Even reaching out to a girl, even after being rejected before. That instinct, that force inside of you, that's the human instinct. It's what keeps us going in sports, love, and life. Uh, in sports, it's why we chase goals even if they feel impossible. It's why we keep trying even when it's why we keep trying again even when we fail. It's why we keep trying and trying and trying to be with someone even after being rejected. It's not because we want to, but because it's in our nature. In sports, we push through fatigue, and even if our bodies are hurting, in love, we try again and again and again, even if the feeling is not corresponded, because the feeling of connection and compassion is way better than the risk of rejection. In goals, we keep trying to reach our goals and what we want, but we might not get it, and that's the meaning of the human drive. We may not be, we may not always get what we want, but if we keep trying, we will. Uh, Despite all of this, the human drive is what keeps us going in life. Even if we don't think it does, it is. Uh, Finally, the next time you feel uh, sad or unsure about things, remember this: the human drive doesn't wait for fear. It doesn't wait if you're sure about things. It just does. And that's the human drive. Thank you.
Wow, that was so good. I really like it. Do you like it? Did you like it, Manuel?
Yeah, it was very interesting.
I have some questions for you. I'd like to ask you because I heard that you have experience in the tech talks. Could you give us some advice for us, please?
Don't care about what people if they are laughing or they are making jokes about you while talking. It just will make you more nervous.
Oh, that's really interesting. Oh, thank you so
Yeah, very
much.
good. Thank you.
Thank
Round of applause. Okay. Next, we have Anderson Sanchez with Nurturing the
No,
Ties
no, 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 no.
no, wait, no. Eduardo Compres with The People Who Pass Through. Round of applause.
Have you ever met someone that changed your life and then suddenly they weren't around? Maybe it was a neighbor you saw every day for a while, a friend who made school feel different, or just, someone you saw once but still remember was familiar. It's really strange how some people can just change our lives even if they've only been around for a short amount of time. I used to think that friendship meant that they had to last forever, that if the friendship didn't last long, it just meant the bond wasn't real. But no, clearly I was wrong. Because sometimes people just come into our lives and like help us, they change us, and they then can leave something with us. But we all have these people, the ones who help us when we need it, the ones who makes us laugh when we most need it, the ones who remind us what it feels like to be understood, and especially the ones who listen without judgment. But then suddenly life just moves on. You don't talk too much, or you just drift apart. But what they gave you doesn't disappear. Instead, it becomes a part of you. A small piece of kindness, a memory, or just a lesson you didn't even know you were learning. I think that's what makes these memories so special. And instead of being sad that they left, we should be grateful they passed through our life. Because everything they did to us helped us become who we truly are. Thank you.
Wow, that was really good. I really like how he talked. What do you think, Manuel? Manuel,
It was very interesting, very well explained. Well done.
we have some questions for you. Can you come sit here, please?
No way. No way.
Yes.
All right, now since we the seventh graders are just starting on our TED Talk journey, do you have any advice for us?
I mean, I would say like take it seriously and don't really get nervous about writing it and actually write it yourself. That will make it easier to remember.
Well, thank you so much, Eduardo.
You're welcome.
Round of applause.
Now we have Amir Khalaf with the title The Essence of Being Human. A round of applause for him, please.
Just think for a moment. Who would you be without the people around you? Who would you be without the lessons of all that people? The truth is that in our lives, people teach us many things. And that's why, for me, every person in your life is a teacher. Every day we can learn something new, no matter who they are. For example, a person who was kind to you teach you how to be a better person, to be empathetic, and to be a kind person. A person who was stricter to you teach you how to be persistent, withstand pressure, and to be patient. Even a bad person can teach you some things. A bad person can teach you to be stronger. Even a baby can teach you some things. A baby can teach you how to be delicate, how to be more loving, and how to be gentle. That's why, for me, this is the essence of being human. All the stuff that you learn in your life from people around you. The person we became is the result of all that. And that's why what makes us human. Thanks.
Wow. Wow, that was great. I really like the speech.
I really like his confidence, I have to say. But now, can you come here to ask you some questions? I have a question. Did you have any experience for you to write this speech?
No, that's my first experience in that stuff.
Well, for this was your first tech.
Yeah,
Well, for me, the first one, you did really good. I have to
thanks.
say.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Okay, so now we have Diego Rivera. Diego Rivas with talk title being Without Names, Who Are We? Round of applause.
So, what would remain of us if our names were sorry, if our names were suddenly erased? No Diego, no Emma, no last names, no uh, titles, just existence itself. It's a strange question, but perhaps one that reveals something essential about being human. Uh, Names are powerful symbols. They give structure to our identity and connect us to family, culture, and memories. But at the same time, they limit us. Names can create a cage of expectations, shaping how others see us and even how we see ourselves. If we were to remove names, maybe maybe we will begin to understand identity not as something fixed, but as something fluid, an ever-changing an ever-changing reflection of our thoughts, actions, and choices. We will meet others without labels, assumptions, and the heavy baggage of reputation. We will see the essence of the persons, not the symbol attached to them. Perhaps then we could discover a deeper kind of connection, one based not on names or social definitions, but on the shared experience of being alive. So, without names, who are we? Maybe we're simply what remains when everything superficial is stripped away. Consciousness, empathy, and the endless desire to understand ourselves and each other. Thank you.
Wow, that was really good. I really like the idea of the speech. What do you say, Manuel?
It was great. I could hear he was very fluent. I think it was a really good speech overall. Now I have a question for you.
Mhm.
How did you feel talking to us? How do you feel giving the speech, your speech to the audience? How do you feel up there?
I feel very good. It's actually my first time in a TED Talk, and I think I did it pretty well, and I happy what I did.
Well, for your first time, you did excellent. Thank you very much. Round of applause.
Thank you all.
Now, for next, we have Rodrigo Caminero with the title The Difference Between Men and Women. A round of applause, please.
Okay. So, what if I told you everything you believe about men and women was taught to you before you could even speak? From the moment we're born, we're placed into boxes. Boys are told to man up, be strong, don't cry, be in charge. Girls are told to be quiet, be nice, be polite. Men grow up expected to lead, but often feel the pressure to hide their emotions because vulnerability is seen as a sign of weakness. Women are expected to nurture, but when they lead, they are often called bossy, too emotional, or just too much. The truth is, both genders pay the price. Men are taught not to feel, women are taught not to rise. And when we only see the differences, we ignore the one thing that truly unites us. We're both figuring it out. No one is supposed to be anything, we're just fitting into roles. Realistically, women are better at nurturing, it's in their motherly DNA, and men are better at labor, it's in our genes. But that doesn't mean we can share experiences. It doesn't mean one is more dominant than the other. We need each other to survive biologically as a society. So instead of asking yourself, what's the difference between men and women, let's ask a better question. How can we build a world where everybody gets to be fully human? That means raising boys that can cry and women that can lead. Thanks.
Wow, that was really good. I really like the title. A round of applause, please, again.
It was very well explained, very well said.
But now, I have a question for you. Can we know where do you get the idea of your speech?
Okay, so basically, I think uh, when we're born, automatically, you have a role that boys don't cry and women just has to be quiet. And when women try to be a leader or a president or something, they don't have the courage to do it because we're just used to it.
Well, thank you so much.
Welcome.
Pause. All right. Next, we have Sofia Matos with the on the report card.
I remember how proud my parents were when I was first called a top student. That label made me feel enough. It made me feel seen, since I am in a good student's family. But with it came a lot of pressure. I was afraid to fail, not because failure hurt, but because it would break the image that people have of me. And that made me realize that actually being a good student isn't always the blessing it seems to be. Sometimes it's a quiet burden. Let's start with the obvious, the expectations. When you do something good once, people will expect you to do it good and even better every single time. And when you constantly get good grades, people around you, teachers, parents, friends, will start expecting nothing less from you. The assumption is made that they can handle it, that they're somehow immune to failure. But that's completely not true. We tend to worry a lot about those students that are failing, those students with low grades. And yes, we totally should. But we rarely stop and ask, what about the students that never fail? What about those students that are considered perfect in society? Maybe they're not that perfect, and maybe they're not that okay. Behind all those perfect walls, there is often a less perfect reality based on anxiety, depression, sleepless nights, and the pressure that they put on themselves, and many more things. Actually, an American psychology study shows that most high achieving students shows more stress levels than most adults in the workforce. I mean, imagine being 16 years old and having the same and even higher levels of stress than an adult that has bills to pay, kids to feed, and a full-time job. That's insane, right? This is not just teenage worry, but it's comparable to an adult life worry. And this is what all boils down to. Breaking the image that people have of me is one of my biggest fears. Am I going to lose myself if I suddenly stop having good grades? Is my self esteem strong enough to even handle that? Well, I don't really know. I hope so, but I don't really want to find out. Thank you.
Wow, I really like your speech and I really like your posture. It was really good.
I like the part where you compared a six high achieving 16-year-old stress to an adult. That was very deep, very scientific. Now sit here. I have a question for you.
Sure.
How could you put your TED Talk title into words? How did you expand on that idea?
Well, I start to think about what could I define, what I wanted to tell, what I wanted to define in, and that's the first thing that came up to my mind beyond the report card, since sometimes people just see my report card, sometimes people just see what grade um, I was, but I am better than that. I am more than my grade.
Ve- Very good, very excellent.
Thank
Thank
you
you.
so much. Can we have a round of applause, please? Now we have Gianfrancisco Rosario with the title A War Without Identity.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Let me ask you something. Have you ever looked in the mirror and wondered, who am I really? And I'm not talking about your name, your clothes, or your Instagram profile, but you. We live in a world where identity is more confusing than ever. We live in a world that every day we scroll social media, watching perfect people, perfect lives, and perfect faces. But the truth is, unconsciously, we start to compare to that people. And the more we try to be like others, more we lose ourselves. Um, no se me olvidó. Eh, um, no se me olvidó. ¿Eh? Eh, yeah, but unconsciously we start to compare ourselves. But the truth is, the more we try to be like others, um, more we lose ourselves. We stop hearing our own voice because we're too busy trying to be like others, and we hide our real opinions because we're afraid to be different. We love jokes that we didn't find funny, and we agree with things that we didn't believe in. But why? Because deep inside, we are scared of being different. But being different is what make us unique. Um, can you imagine a world where we are the same and look the same? That would be a world without color, a world without identity, and a world without creativity. Um, but identity isn't found on social media. It's built every time you make choices that feels true to who you are. It is in your dreams, your values, and your courage to stay yourself, even when others doesn't understand you. And remember, don't try to fit in. Try to be real, because the world doesn't need more copies. The world needs more originals. Thank
Wow, that was really awesome. I really like the idea of your speech.
That was really original, very interesting, very good.
I have some questions for you. Can you come here, please?
you. Yes, yes.
I want to ask you, where do you get the idea of your speech?
Eh? Tell me again. Tell me again.
Where do you get the idea of your speech?
I get the idea of my speech because I feel represented of this topic because it's a theme that people in this century is experimenting. You know, every day we try to fit in, and we don't try to be real. The cause of this is the critics. You know, we're scared of being ourselves because people make critics, bad critics of us.
Well, thank you so much. A round of applause, please.
Very good. All right, next up is Carlos Rodriguez with Forged by Adversity. Thank you. Round of applause.
Many people ask themselves what makes us humans. Some people say that it is our capacity to have intelligence, to be creative, or our memory. But I want to say that it is our capacity to choose what to do as an answer. I want to say this focusing on bullying because I was a victim of bullying. When I was in my first years of school, specifically in third grade, my in third grade, the, there was a new teacher. We will name her Ursula, um, because I don't want to say her real name, even though I doubt that she will hear this. Anyways, let's continue. So this teacher was pretty abusive and pretty mean with every with the students, especially with her daughter. But we are not talking about her, so we are just going to skip her. Um, so she and other teachers lost it at the students, and me and my sister were like their special target. But to summarize, she made everything harder for me and my sister, but I never wanted to revenge on her because my mom taught me that revenge is not an answer because we can get more violent. And if you say me that I am stupid, you should really look and analyze what has happened in human history. An example is in an well-known example is the the Treaty of Versailles, and that this treaty was made by the countries that won um, the First World War, that made Germany sign it, and Germany lost part of their territory. They also lost almost all their armories, and it made Germany pay too much money. This was the vengeance of the countries that won, and And Germany felt so humiliated that after that, in Second World War, surged Nazism in Germany, and we already know how the story goes. Um, and that's what I think that makes us humans, the capacity that we have to choose what to do to get a more peaceful answer and resolve things in and or to get more violence by vengeance. Thank you.
Wow, that was such a good speech, wasn't it, Manuel?
It was very good. I really like the beginning and the middle. Very well explained. Now, so here I have a question for you. How
Hello.
how did you feel when you were giving us your speech up there on the stage? How do you feel?
Nervous. I mean, like I wanted to express it the that vengeance is not the proper way to solve things.
Well, thank you so much.
Round of
Thank
applause.
you.
Well, today we have here all type of speech, and we have to say that we really like them, right, Manuel? Right, Manuel?
Yeah.
But now we'll have a 5 minutes break. We'll be right back. Thank you so much. Again to the live stream. Now we're welcome to the stage and to Sebastian Evans with the title Perception, the Lens of Humanity. A round of applause, please.
Good morning. Um, Good morning. Today, in this day and age, a lot of human beings reside or have the thinking of that we just see things differently, but I think it's just by perspective. Every human being can understand or see things differently and can result to doing different things and searching or feeling or moving or expressing themselves differently. It just depends of how people understand it, and that to me is the power of perception or the understanding that every human being gives it to them. And so I think truly to the humankind and to every person, I think every person has their own way to understand things and and to see everything differently. By example, you can put two people in the same house and put them in different places of that house and put one in a messy part and the other one in a neatly and clean space. The one is gonna feel awkward. That is so ugly, so so bad as the ugly part of the house, and the other one is gonna feel safe and so comfort in the good part of the house that it's clean. That's perspective. Someone can understand their situation differently, but not everything revolves in the same way to the human being. Just by seeing it or understanding it a different way, you can change your situation. By example, let me say you're living in poverty and all your life you people think you're miserable, but if you feel happy that you're poor, you have friends, or just you're with comfort with yourself that you're like that, that's perspective. You feel good with yourself. People can see it another way, but you are good with yourself. By example, human beings, we're the only ones to me that can feel, or no, not just human beings, any living being can feel emotions or just empathy or any feeling in mind. They are truly understandable to every person and have a different way of perception. And let me put an example. Animals. Animals can feel love, sadness, anger because they perceive your emotions. They see how you are, how you act. Even small movements can agitate them. Everything is, to me, it's understandable that no one has the same emotions, no one has the same feelings, no one understands the same. That's because every person has their own understanding in their mind. The way that they can understand a theme or just by people talking to them. Some people take it just a little bit slower, some a little bit faster, but that's just the perspective that they understand it by. And that to me is the difference in the human being with their emotions and perspective that they give to their resolutions. Thank you.
Thank you again, Sebastian Evans, with this amazing speech.
Now we're welcome to make a question. So, hello.
So, do you think perspective is something we are born or something we learn?
I think it's something we learn because not like how do you see these audience or this space particularly?
I think I see them like with a good perspective of, I don't know, of every speech that it was like granted because they understand how us as teenagers can be helped with kind of perspective and understanding what actually makes us human. What do you think?
Yes, I think the same, but I think the same. That it has been a little bit grounded, but in that, so it's a little bit less concerning about the teachers and the students.
Okay, now thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
Speaker, Chiara Benson with the topic The Art of Not Caring.
A round of applause, please.
Let's be honest. We've all been called many names throughout our lives: dumb, ugly, lazy, you name it. Most of us will say, I don't care, but deep inside, we feel like they're true, which they're probably not. Here's a tip: stop giving an F about what people think of you. Studies show that we spend almost one third of our lives worrying about how people see us. This isn't just wasted time, it's time we steal from our own happiness. Here's a simple example. In one study, students thought half their classmates noticed their silly t-shirt, when in reality, only 23% did. We think a bright spotlight is always flashing on us, judging every little mistake we make. This is what experts call the spotlight effect. When I was younger, people started calling me the smart kid, and back then, I felt happy about it. But as time went on, I started pressuring myself into fitting perfectly into that mold, started passing instead of actually learning. I felt trapped. But one day, my mom asked me, what do you think? And that's when I stopped caring about how people saw me. Because that's what the art of not caring is about. It's not about being a mean or unkind person. It's a deep act of being kind to yourself. The art of not caring is the option of choosing what to pay attention to. Think of your mind like your TikTok For You page. The comments people do, the labels, the drama queen, the too much, these are just comments on your feed. The art of not caring, it's when you stop reading the comment section of your life. Because people just are gonna talk. They're gonna talk always. So, what should we do to stop thinking about such nonsense? The answer is easier than you'd expect. First, reframe. Instead of what will they think, ask, what do I think of myself if I don't try? Second, reality check. Opinions don't last forever. People forget faster than you fear. And third, practice. Do one small thing today that you've been avoiding out of fear of judgment. Wear the outfit, share the idea. And the next time you catch yourself thinking too much about what people think, pause. And remember, no label has the right to define your value. Because at the end of the day, the art of not caring is about when you reject the boxes people try to put you in. Thank you.
Really inspirational speech. How us as teenagers, we don't have like the necessity of care a lot about people. So now we invite her to a question.
Hello.
Hello. So, what do you think is important for us to understand that not caring about how people perceive you is actually a part of growing?
Well, I believe it's important because when you stop caring about what people think of you, you actually are happier and just are more open to try stuff and just that.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was really good.
Thank you.
Now we welcome to the stage to Ian Barenas with the title When Labels Get It Wrong. A round of applause, please.
Imagine a child haunted by the labels of their flaws and mistakes, yet they have never questioned them. But not because they believe them, but because they had never imagined they could be anything else. You see yourself as that child. You see yourself as bad, useless, stupid. You've carried those labels your whole life, wondering if they are right. Sometimes people have limits, feelings, and different ideas, but actually, that's a pretty good word, limit. Nowadays, the internet is filled with no limit ideas, and sometimes it can be very confusing to so many people because all their life they will be told that they have a certain personality and are a certain type of person. What I'm trying to say here is that labels, especially the disrespectful and the wrong ones, can really damage people's lives, and only the strong ones can overcome those external opinions. I feel that myself. Since I was a little kid, I always did sports and went to practice every day. My teammates and coaches always told me that I was slow and my body was too heavy to improve. That was quite a long ago, and until this day, I sometimes believe in that label. What I'm trying to say here is that if you want to overcome those external opinions like I did, I just simply question those labels and believe that I'm better than what people said. And it's pretty confusing because a lot of people believe that they can't do it, but honestly, it's pretty good and it can be a really life changer. Sometimes the hardest battles we fight are not against others, but against the words that echo in our minds. Many never realize how much power words can hold and how much they can shape someone's confidence and future. So remember, the only label that can define you is the one you choose. And for all of you who constantly label people, remember that child. If he had never changed, his life would be miserable because of one thought you couldn't keep to yourself. Thank you.
That was really good. Thank you so much. Now we invite him for a question.
That was amazing. And have you ever felt like someone labeled you
It should,
completely wrong?
Yeah, I'm totally yes. A lot of times people label every time you step onto this world you label people. That's our nature. But the real strength is when you decide to not hear those people and really believe in yourself that you could be better.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was pretty good.
Thank you.
So now we welcome to the stage to Camila Gotro with the title Drama Queen. A round of applause, please.
Why is it when someone shows too much emotions, we call them dramatic? And when someone hides their feelings, we call that strength. My dad says I'm dramatic. My mom tells me that I'm always putting on a show, and my friends tease me with it. For years, I thought my emotions were too big, too much, too heavy for this world. We use the word drama like it's an insult, and I'm here to ask whether that's true. Shakespeare once said, all the world's a stage. And if that's the case, then maybe being called a drama queen isn't an insult. It's just being honest about the role emotions play in the story of our lives. We live in a world that constantly tells us to calm down, get a grip of yourself, and even tell you, stop being so sensitive. And I know this personally, especially as a woman. Everyone I know tell me, stop overreacting, Camila. But the truth is, emotions are that deep. They're not noise, they're signals. They're biological responses that help us to connect and communicate with others and protect us from danger. Suppressing our emotions is like filling a balloon with water. At first, nothing bad's gonna happen. Sooner or later, you'll see the balloon can hold more water and it will explode. I believe that crying, passion, intensity is strength because it takes courage to admit we're hurt. It takes courage to love unconditionally, and it takes courage to grieve openly in a world that constantly tells us, stay strong. If I'm being dramatic, then so be it.
Because maybe the role we're meant to play is not the silent extra, but the honest, vulnerable human in the center of the story. In the end, it's not the labels that matter. It's not whether someone calls you a drama queen or not. What matters is the courage to feel, because that's the heart of humanity. Thank you.
Good speech and really inspirational for us who get called a lot as drama queens. So now we invite her to a question.
Oh, that was really good. And you know how always people tell you to stop being dramatic, like feeling deeply is some kind of flaw. So here's a question. Do you ever feel like the world tells to stop our emotions just because they feel like others are uncomfortable?
Yes, all the time. I feel like I'm talking about personal experience. I feel like when you show too much emotions, people feel comfortable or threatened about you because or they don't know how to treat you or they just don't want to deal with it. And I feel like that's a problem that we need to work on because emotions is literally what makes us human and what makes us different from other species. Because it's not easy to let an emotion, let a feeling feel.
Thank you so much. That was really good.
Okay.
So now we call to the stage to Gianfranco Valdez Jimenez with the title The Illusion of Me. A round of applause, please.
How many deaths are we willing to accept? I don't know. That's the hardest part. I don't know. Because every single time I take a look at the world that I live in, I see people dying over something as simple as a label. And that's incredible. Really, it is. It's so hard for me to believe that. But I think they are necessary. Because without them, we wouldn't have identity. We wouldn't have culture. We have nothing. But with them, it also comes a price. With them, we have violence, division, hate. And that's the dilemma thing I can seem to solve. Race, gender, politics, those are words that were meant to describe us, but somehow ended up turning into weapons of destruction to our society. And now, I want to give you some examples. Martin Luther King Jr. He died fighting for equality and got labeled as a dangerous man. And Charlie Kirk, he got shot because someone labeled him as a dangerous white man. And black kids are judged every single day because of the color of their skin. Because someone said what they must be before they even had a chance to speak. And yet science says we're 99% the same. So you're telling me we're fighting wars and building walls and divisions over 0.1% difference? If that isn't proof about how powerful enough labels are, I don't know what they are. Really. I don't know what it is. So, what do? Do we delete labels? Do we just accept the risk? Or do we find a middle ground? Well, maybe it isn't about erasing labels. Maybe it's about redefining them. Maybe it's about just redefining labels into a way we say, into the way we say that labels are a way to unite us instead of making them weapons of separation. So, how many more deaths are we willing to accept? To be honest, I still don't. But what I really know is that the moment we start seeing labels as stories instead of cages, and see people for who they truly are, the world will begin to heal. Because humans aren't labels. Being human is about learning how to carry a label without destroying someone else. So, I don't want this to be just another speech. For me, this is a call for action, a call for a call for change. Thank
Really good speech and really inspirational for us. So now we invite him to a question.
you. Hey,
Hey, so that was a really good message. So we have a simple question. What is the meaning behind your speech?
well, my meaning behind my speech is to say we need labels, but they have a price. So we need to find a way to live with labels without hurting someone else. Like we need to learn to live with them without destroying someone else's label.
And what do you think do you think it's important to us to understand your message?
Yeah, it is because with my message you can get to understand the the real definition behind labels.
That was pretty
Yeah.
good. Thank you so much. So now we call to the stage to Barbara Rivera with the title The Human You Can't Define. A round of applause, please. If I asked you who you are, what would you tell me? Would you tell me your name, your gender, your Instagram bio, or would you stand still and realize that none of those things actually define you? Hashtags reduce people to categories and trends, but we humans are far more complex. We can be captured in one word. When you look in the mirror, what's the first thing that crosses your mind? Maybe it's that label you've been given: dramatic, insufferable, miserable. Even if it isn't true, there comes a moment when your mind starts to believe it. But let's go back in time for a moment. 2019. A hashtag began spreading everywhere: Free Britney. At first, people laughed. They saw it as an entertainment, another celebrity story to consume. Her name was treated like a show, her mental illness like a meme, and her pain turned into something iconic. We all saw the glitter, the headlines, the hashtags, but we didn't see the human being behind them. When Brittany finally spoke, her words broke the illusion. I just want my life back. And suddenly, Free Britney was no longer just a hashtag. It became a mirror showing how easily we confuse visibility with understanding and fame with freedom. That's the world we live in. We perform versions of ourselves for screens, filtered smiles, perfect captions, endless labels: happy, broken, strong, lost. But behind every hashtag, there's a story no post can hold. Maybe yours, maybe mine. So remember, you're not your hashtag, you're not your labels. You're the in between moments, the ones nobody sees. You're the human that can't be defined. Thank you. Really pretty good because the hashtags that we used to make, we actually do it every day, and we minimize the people's problems and including celebrities, and that was actually really inspirational. So now we invite Barbara to a couple of questions. Hello.
And that was amazing. And
Thank you.
labels can be so quick and easy, and they only show the surface, and sometimes we forget the person behind it.
Yeah.
And do you think we treat each other differently if we focus more on the person instead of the label?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the way you see a person and the way you treat them can be more defined by the label that they've been given than what they really are. That was amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you. So now we welcome to the stage to Nelson Rondon with the title The Magic of Imagination. A round of applause, please.
Why without imagination we wouldn't be human? Everything you see around us, technology, art, music, began as a thought in someone's mind. why imagination is one turns what is into what could be. It's not only for artists or inventors. A child turning a box into a spaceship is using the same imagination that helped Einstein imagine riding alongside a beam of light. Having this ability to see beyond the present is something we all carry. Imagination also makes us more human emotionally because when we imagine someone else's life, their struggles, their feelings, we grow in empathy. That's how stories connect and they let us have experiences we never had ourselves. But here's the challenge. As we go up, many of us stop using imagination. Routine takes over, doubt steps in, and we start accepting things as they are. Yet, every single improvement is made by someone daring to imagining something better. So here's my invitation. Just one thing in your life or in the world. Imagine it improve. Picture it. That single act can be the very first step to real change. Because without imagination, we wouldn't be human. We would just exist. But with imagination, we can create, connect, and shape the future. Thank you very much.
It was really good. Thank you so much. So now we invite him to a couple of questions.
Hi, and that was really interesting. And it's amazing how our thoughts, feelings, and choices all come together to make us who we are. Do you think, how do you feel giving the message to the audience?
Well, I feel like some message it needs to be given because we grow up, like I said, many of us stop using imagination. So I left this page as to people to remember that they can use imagination all their life.
That was really good. Thank you so much. So now we welcome to the stage to Javier Mendez with the title "Who Told You Who You Are?" A round of applause, please.
You are not who you are. You are who you're not who you are. You are who you've been told to be. Everything, even your name, was chosen by another person, yet you still identify with it. Let me explain myself. We grow up being told you're smart, you're lazy, you're shy, you're trouble. We hear it so much, we start to believe it. And believing it makes it true. But we know they're not the truth. They're just reflections and expectations that others have on us. So my thesis is simple. Most of us are living versions of who society, family, or even culture wants us to be. And until we question our labels, we cannot meet ourselves. According to Carl Rogers, considered one of the founding fathers of human psychology, many people live what he called a false self, a version of themselves shaped by external expectations. And according to him, the more we try to fit that mold, the more disconnected we become from ourselves. Ever notice how many people, especially celebrities, say, I don't even know who I am anymore? That's not just a figure of speech. That's a reflection that they have completely lost themselves in the expectations and the labels put on by others. The good thing is, it's not hard to know what's yours and what isn't. Just remember, we can't erase every label, but we can choose which ones we keep. We can stop living in what was chosen for us. And you need to know the only way you can't find yourself, the only way to truly know yourself is to remember.
That was really good. Thank you so much. I like the way that we actually forgot who we are just because of people expectations that we change our way to express or even being ourselves. So now we invite you to a couple of questions.
Oh, that was really deep, and it's like we stop being ourselves just to start trying to fit into what others expect us of.
Mhm.
So, how do you think we can break free from those expectations and be truly who we want to be?
I think you just have to like ask yourself, why am I doing this? And that like answers it. Because if you're doing it for other people, then it's not truly you.
Thank you so much. That was really good. So now we invite to the stage to Mia Catalina Cespedes with the title The Power of Vulnerability, Why Imperfections Makes Us Human. A round of applause, please.
When we think of strength, we often imagine someone unshakable, confident, and flawless. But what if real strength doesn't come from perfection, but from the courage to be imperfect? We live in a world where we're constantly told to hide our weaknesses, cover up your scars, don't let them see you cry, pretend that everything others aren't moments of perfection, but moments of honesty. When someone admits, I need help or I don't know what I'm doing, that's when wall falls and hearts open. Vulnerability is the cultural language of humanity. It reminds us that we're not alone, that our doubts, our struggles, our failures are not signs of brokenness, but signs of belonging to the beautiful human family. Vulnerability is often misunderstood in cultures and communities. It's seen as a weakness, but yet when we witness it in other people, we call it bravery. Why is that? Because it takes more courage to say, I need help, than to say, I have everything under control. It takes more strength to be honest than to be invulnerable. In relationships, vulnerability is the key to trust. People don't connect through flawless performances, they connect through shared feelings, awkward moments, and emotional honesty. In leadership, vulnerability inspires others to take risks, speak up, and collaborate fully. When someone in a position of power speaks up and says, I made a mistake, it doesn't diminish the credibility, it strengthens it and makes room for collaboration. So the question is, why are we so afraid as being seen as imperfect when it's the only thing that makes us relatable, trustworthy, and real? So let's stop with the illusion of imperfection and let's start showing up as we are, flaws, fears, and all. Thank you.
That was really good. Thank you so much. I think that was really inspirational for us to people that think vulnerability makes us weak, but that actually makes us us. So now we invite you for a couple of questions.
That was a powerful talk, and it's true, our imperfections and vulnerability are what makes us truly human. So, do you think embracing our flaws can actually make us stronger and closer to others?
Yeah, it really does because everybody has flaws. And I think that when you connect with other people and show them your flaws is when you make more meaningful connections.
That was really good. Thank you so much. So now we will take a break of 5 minutes.
All I want, we had. Hello and welcome back to the last day of TED. Me and Ingrid are here going 3 for 3 on our last period. I think today is going to be a pretty good day, actually. It's our last one. Maybe people can surprise us, you know? Apagao.
Each section has their own topic. Like today's is about who you are with a label. So now we have me, Estacio, with the blunder, the dumber.
A round of applause, please.
I'm Dominican. Wait. Do you guys hear me all right? Hi. Okay. I'm Dominican, and I also happen to be blonde. Living in this world, looking like I do, it's definitely something that differs from others. What if, based on that, they instantly decided you were less intelligent? Will you laugh it off, or will you begin to shape who you thought you were? When I was 14, a teacher complimented me after a test. He said, almost jokingly, pretty good for a blonde. Everyone laughed. I laughed too because what else could I do? But inside, I started to wonder, was my success surprising because of my effort or because of my hair? That was the first time I realized that stereotypes don't need to be shouted to be taught. They whisper, they sneak into jokes, through side comments, through casual assumptions. And over time, they build into a story about you that you didn't even write. Stereotypes are like bugs. For blondes, this box says, you can be fun, you can be social, but don't expect me to be taken seriously. And this isn't just about blondes. This box effect happens everywhere. We tell men they shouldn't cry. We tell introverts they can't lead. We tell women in science they are very unique. These boxes are not the same, but the walls are built the same way. And the more we hear, the more we start to believe it. And we start adjusting to self to fit inside this box. Take my friend Ian. People might think he's the stereotypically aggressive sports player, but if you get to know him, you'll see he's actually pretty smart and mature. People say Sophia's really quiet, but she's super funny. Rodrigo is known as the typical troublemaker, but many will be surprised that he can be a sweet guy. So, resist the urge to put people in a box. It might be funny, sure, you might get a laugh from a crowd, but the power of this label cult is clear. So let's be responsible with this power. Thanks.
I really like this topic actually because we normally have seen, I mean, the movies that we watch put you in a box. The blonde girls, they put them in a box saying, oh, they're fun, but they're stupid. But you know, a movie that really challenged that, I think Legally Blonde actually challenged that stereotype, you know?
Yeah. So, Mia, we have some question for you.
Yes.
What stereotypes are you challenging with this title?
I would say most of the people really think I'm dumb just because of my hair color, but I like the way I surprise them because I start talking about science and they're really surprised. That's I would say why I picked that
Yeah, like the stereotype of the brunette being so like
topic.
smart
Exactly.
and everything. Thank you so much,
Thank you so
Mia.
much.
It was a pleasure to have you here. Okay. So yeah, like that stereotypes and more here, like in the Dominican, that we're not used to hanging out with blonde people, white people, and we only take it from the movies.
Totally. Right now, coming up, we have Diego Manuel Gomez with Beyond Labels, Discovering Our True Humanity. A round of applause.
Close your eyes for a moment and imagine this. You walk into a room where no one knows your name, where you were born, or what you believe. No tags, no categories, just you. Who are you when no labels follows you? Hi, I'm Diego, and today I want to explore a question that matters to all of us.
What makes us human, and who are we without labels? Let's take a look at what really defines us beyond words and boxes. We are thinkers and feelers. Humans wonder. We imagine the future and ask why about everything. We laugh at funny jokes, we cry at sad movies, and we dream about the impossible. A bird may sing, but it doesn't write music to share its feelings. Our ability to create and reflect is something uniquely ours. Labels are useful, but they can also trap us. From childhood, people gives us names like smart, quiet, athlete, or different. These labels can help organize the world, but they never tell the full story. When I first started school here 10 years ago, I remember some classmates called me the quiet one. And yes, I'm still the quiet one, the shy one, but I improved myself a bit. One day, when a group project needed a leader, I stepped up, shared ideas, and we created something great together. That day I realized a label can hide the parts of us we haven't shown yet. Um, that's why when we drop out the labels, we begin to truly see each other. Think of a time when someone comforted you in silence or made you laugh when you were sad. In those moments, it doesn't matter your background or title, you just connect as people. Our ability to care and to stand together when life is hard is the real proof of our humanity. So I have a question. What makes us human? It's not the categories running on a form or the stereotypes other place on us. No, it's our thoughts, our feelings, our creativity, and the love we show to others when they need it. So a piece of advice that I can give to all of you hearing me right now is that next time you meet someone, try this. Instead of asking, hey, what do you do or where are you from, simply ask, how are you today? And listen, because beyond every label, there is a person real, unique, and wonderful human. When we remember that, we take a step closer to understanding each other and ourselves. Thank you so much.
This was a really interesting topic because
Thank
like getting to know your humanity and who you truly are, it's like really interesting because most people die without knowing who they are as a person.
Exactly. So, Diego, we have some questions for you.
Yeah.
What does the phrase beyond labels symbolize, or rather mean, in your message?
I think that beyond labels, what I mean, the message that I'm giving right now is that we should never judge a book by its cover. Like, we should never judge a person by its appearance or what they do or where they come from. We should just know people and get to know them each other before judging them because we never know what is someone's going through. We never know it. Yeah.
I totally agree. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you.
So this was really interesting. Now we have Maswell Almonte with People Do Not Define You. A round of applause for him.
So what makes us human? Some states are intelligent, other states are tools or the stories we tell. But I believe it's something deeper. Our ability to connect. We are the only creatures who can imagine ourselves inside another person's life, to feel their joy as if it was ours, and to carry their pain even when it's not our own. That empathy, I think, is where our humanity shines brightest. But then comes the harder question. Who am I without labels? If you strip away my name, my nationality, my age, even my gender, what's left? At first, it feels like everything that makes me or myself is gone. But in that space, something remains. But in that space, something remains. What remains is the part of me that no label can capture. My curiosity, my imagination, and even my presence in this very moment. That's why I call these textbooks people do not define. Because the truth is, labels can describe you, but they can never ever define you. We shout them, I am not this, I am not that. I am possibility. I am the space who I was yesterday and who I might become tomorrow. And in that space, I am free to grow, free to connect, free to grow, free to change, and free to connect without the boxes that sometimes divide us more than they unite us. So maybe being human isn't about labels we collect, but about what's left when we let them go. The simple, powerful truth that each of us is more than a word, more than a category, and more than a role. We are not finished products. We are stories still unfolding. Thank
So this was a pretty good topic, actually. And the topic, People Do Not Define You, actually reminds me of an album called Whatever People Say I Am, That I Am Not. But yeah, basically, you make of yourself what you
that
want to
well
be.
put?
People
Yeah.
can't define you, you know?
Exactly. So, Maxwell, we
Yeah.
have some question for you.
Yeah.
Why do people often care so much about others' perspective about themselves?
I think that comes because they think they have to feel like the other people's wills. So they have to meet that standard so they can be like cool to that people. That's what I think.
That's great. That actually happens a lot.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
So, coming up is Diana Brito with the topic Beyond Talent, Blood, Sweat, and Tears.
A round of applause for
please.
her.
Are you or have you ever met someone with talent? Or have you ever seen someone better than you in something and you thought, wow, I wish I was born like that? Well, many people believe that if we are not good in something, you should just give up instead of trying to surpass that genius. Talent shouldn't be seen like you're good at something just because. Usually, talent people weren't like that since the beginning. Let's say, if you do 1 to 10 assignments a day, people with talent will usually do 1 to 20 or 1 to 10, but more difficult every day. The process is difficult for everyone. The difference is that people with talent always try to do their best in another level. On the other hand, we have that talent is a big labor for someone. Usually, people with talent could feel that if they don't do well in something, they are going to disappoint someone. Or you could feel that your effort doesn't really matter and that you are not good enough to do something. But you should always keep in mind that someone will always admire what you do. We usually divide people into categories: the people with talent and the people with no talent, believing that the effort and hard work would never beat talent. The world is full of people better than us. And you can call people with talent genius if you want to. It's normal to admire them. The problem is that if you think that they were good since the beginning, you are accepting that you lost without giving the fight. And that's an insult. Talent shouldn't be an excuse for giving up. Instead, it should help you to try to value the process over the results and do your best every day. Thank you.
That was great because we usually used to label talent as something that just come at it like you're born with it, and you can the art, but you have to work hard for it to actually achieve the uh, the goal that you're looking for.
Yeah, some people are naturally born with it, but you can work for it, you know?
Yeah, be better.
So, Diana, we have a question for you. What does your title say about success and effort?
Well, I would say that sometimes people doesn't really value the process because you could feel like, oh, Fulanita always do great in certain subjects, but they don't really see like the effort she does to obtain those grades. Let's say so.
I agree.
Great.
Thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you so much.
It was a pleasure to have you here.
Thank you.
So right now we have Camila El Rosario with The Bonds That Build Us.
A round of applause for
please.
him.
Okay. Hello, everyone. When we ask what makes us human, we might think about how smart we are, the things we invent, our dreams. But I think what really makes us human are the bonds we create, the connection we have with other people. Friendship is more than just spending time together. It's understanding each other without having to speak. It's laughing together and making bad days a feel bit better. It's simply saying, I'm here for you. These connections shape who we are. They teach us empathy, to feel what others feel. They teach us kindness, to help others without wanting something in return. They teach us courage, that's to stay by someone's side when things are hard. In a world full of technology, no machines can replace a hug, a friend, a voice, or a love we share, or the love we share. That's something only humans can give and receive. Sometimes we forget this. We rush we rush throughout life, chasing success, and forget to slow down and appreciate the little moments, every smile, every conversation, every act or every act of care builds the invisible trees that make us who we are. So, what makes us human is not perfection or power. It's the connections we make, the friendships, love, and empathy that remind us we're not alone. In the end, being human is about feeling connected, choosing kindness, and building bridge instead of walls. Thank you.
Yeah, honestly, the strong bonds that we create in our lifetime, they do really build us and shape us, you know? They're really important to actually live a good life, you know?
Yeah, bonds like family or friends. Like people usually say like the friends that you have in high school are the friends for life. So that's really and that was a really interesting topic. Uh, now we have Diego Jose Martin with a Stronger Together. A
A
round
round
of
of
applause for
applause.
him.
Good morning, everyone. Today I want to talk about something simple but powerful. We're stronger together. Think about it. No one gets very far alone. When we work together, help each other, and share ideas, we can do things that seem impossible. A single person can make noise, but a group can make change. Let's look at example. We all know a soccer team doesn't win because one player scores every goal. They win because they pass, defend, and play as one. In school, when we study with friends, we learn faster and feel supported. Even when life gets hard, having people by our side gives us the strength to keep going. Being stronger together doesn't mean we have to be the same. It means we respect our difference, listen to each other, and combine our strengths. Your talent, my creativity. They build something bigger than any of us alone. So next time you see someone struggling, help them. Next time you have an idea, share it. Because teamwork, kindness, and unity aren't just words. They are the reason we grow. Remember, alone we are a drop, but together we are an ocean. Thank you.
So this was a pretty good topic, actually. I think when people are together, they are much stronger. You know.
Yeah. Like the unity of the society is that what makes us successful now on, because that's part of us and everything we try to achieve for our future to a better community. So, Diego, we have some questions for you. Uh, what makes teamwork or unity so important?
It makes it important because when we are in a group, it can make the difference when we are alone.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. So right now we have Diego Miguel Jimenez with Reflections in the Machine. A round of applause, please.
The technology we create doesn't just serve us, it mirrors who we are and what we value. Hi, my name is Diego, and I'm going to talk about something we overlook technology. Technology isn't just a tool we use, it's a mirror that reflects who we are and what we value. Every invention carries our desires, fears, and priorities. When algorithms show bias or social media becomes addictive, it's not by accident. It's not by accident. It's because we build them that way, reflecting our preference for speed, convenience, and profile. Social media shows our need for validation and how easily we divide. Artificial intelligence reveals our own biases through the data we feed it. Technology doesn't create the flaws, it amplifies them. So instead of asking what technology is doing to us, we should ask what is showing about ourselves. The mirror it holds up is honest, reflecting both of our strengths and our weakness. But there's hope. If technology mirrors who we are, it can also reflect who we want to become. By valuing empathy, truth, and dignity, we can design systems that express those ideals. In, in the end, to make technology better, we must first make ourselves better, because technology doesn't just serve us, it reveals us. Thank you.
Yeah, I actually agree with him. You know, that last part he said that to make technology better, we have to make ourselves better. You know.
Yeah, because people forget that we're some type of machine too, like a natural one that we're born to, but our brain works like that because we were the ones that made those machines that use in it.
So Diego, we have some questions. What does the machine mean in your speech?
Like the technology. It's like how I explain it? Like the reflection in the machine, the reflection in technology, and how it mirrors and reflects who we really are.
Exactly. Thank you very much.
It's a pleasure to have you here.
So right now we are going on break.
Okay.
morning, everyone. Welcome back to our TED Ed presentation. Today we have Diana Valentina de la Rosa Arnaud with her topic, The Power and the Trope of Labels.
What do you think the speech is gonna be about? I mean, I think you can already be like guess from the title, but getting into the specifics, what do you think it's gonna be about?
Maybe about name calling or something?
Most likely. Now, let's get a round of applause, please.
Oh my gosh.
What is a label? A label is a word or phrase we use to describe or classify someone or ourselves. Labels can be simple as a student or artist, or can be a complex of words to describe someone, like immigrant, survivor, first generation. Labels are a shortcut for understanding. But let's be honest, labels are powerful. They can help us feel seen, understood, and connected. When we find a label that we feel like home, like we feel safe, you can have a safe place in a chaotic and noisy world. But here's the other side of the story. What happened when you only think about the labels? What happened when you want to be involved? What happened when you want to grow up? When you want to be someone else? We hesitate. We don't think about the labels that the people putting us. We only think about the dropout, the funny one, the quiet one, the people call us. But um, we can control what people call us. They will judge. They will assume what we are. You can change the word. You can change what you think about yourself. You only think. You only need to think about who you are. You need to think about the story you live, and not only on the label that people put in yourself. Thank you.
Okay, Liana, that was good. I really loved your confidence and the way you spoke about everything. It was really good. Can we ask a couple of questions to you? Well, just one.
Her like tone of voice was very good, and her speaking was very clear, which I really liked.
Yeah, I loved it.
Hi. Hello.
Hi, so Liana, I want to ask you something. How do you think we can change the way we see ourselves?
We need to think about what that really matter in your life. You need to think how that affecting your personality, and think that the label that people put in you don't define you. You need to think about how the people you love think about you, and how you see yourself in your life.
Wow, that's deep.
That's a great way of thinking. Thank
Yeah.
you so much for answering our question.
Thank
you
you,
so
guys.
much. This did good.
Now, up next, we have Sofia Martinez with a topic unlabeled: the freedom of being yourself.
A round of applause for her, please.
Have you ever stopped to wonder, who am I if I take away all the labels others have put on me? We live in a world full of boxes, but being human doesn't mean we were never meant to fit into just one. A label is simply a word, a tag, or an identity placed on us by society, family, or even ourselves. It could be about your achievements, your culture, your hobbies, or your appearance. Labels are shortcuts for understanding, but they are not the full story of who we are. That's why labels can limit us. They create expectations, stereotypes, and sometimes even cages. When we are labeled, we may feel pressure to act in ways that don't reflect our real personality. That's why it's so important not to let our opinions decide who you are. If we live to please everyone else, we may lose ourselves into the process. True freedom comes when we stop caring about what others think about you and start caring about what you truly matter, what makes you genuinely happy. Every one of us is more than a name, a role, or a stereotype. If you accept the labels without questioning them, you risk living someone else's versions of your life instead of your own. Being yourself means embracing your uniqueness, the parts of you that no one else can replicate. means finding strength in authenticity and joy in self expectations. When you live unlabeled, you are free to grow, to be a fully human. So remember, labels are just words, not definitions. They can affect us if you let them. Don't let others' opinions hold you back. Care about what you truly matter, your identity, your freedom. Being yourself is the greatest act of courage and the truest form of being human. Thank you.
Wow, I really love the way you handled the topic about uniqueness. You did so good, actually.
Yeah, it was a great speech, and I really like your way of thinking. Could we ask you a question?
Sure.
So, while I was listening to your speech, a question popped up in mind. How can we get rid of that pressure that being labeled gives us?
I think it's more about your confidence. You have to act the way you want to act, the way you have to express your opinions without being afraid of what others think. Because if you keep that on mind, you will never be yourself, like 100% yourself.
Yeah, it's all about confidence and handling things well. Well, you
Yeah.
did super good, Sophia.
That's great advice. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, so our next presenter is Claudia Rodriguez with her topic, More Than a Mirror. Give a round of applause to her, please.
Yeah. You know, every morning, most of us do the same thing. We stand in front of a mirror and we fix our hair, adjust our clothes, or maybe put on a little makeup. And we are getting ready to face the world. But have you ever stopped to ask? Uh, but have you ever stopped to think what's a mirror really showing us? It's just your face, right? It can be our outfit, maybe a tired smile or a confident grin. But it's not the whole picture. It's not us. We can see, when we see in a mirror, we can see the outside, but but it misses everything that makes you. It doesn't show the story behind you. Your smile, why you're smiling, and what it took to get there. It doesn't show the dreams you are choosing. It doesn't show the fires you're fighting and the moments when you push through, when you want to give up. The mirror is just a snapshot. It's not your heart, it's not your struggles or your victories. And here's the thing, sometimes people act like mirror too. They see what's easy to see, how we look, how we act, and maybe the mistakes we've made. But not always see the whole story. The late nights we spend worrying, the kindness you show when no one is watching, or the times you pick yourself back up. Honestly, sometimes we forget that too. We start thinking we're just what others see, a reflection, a surface level version of ourselves. But let me tell you something. We're not here to be perfect. We're here to be real. A mirror can copy your face. Technology can mimic your voice pretty conventional too. But nothing can replace your heart, your love, your hope, your unique story. That's what's make you human. That set you apart. And
Okay, that was deep. Wow.
I love how she actually went deeper into the topic, but didn't use like very complex language, so it was very easy to understand.
Yeah, such a deep topic in an easy way. Okay, Claudia, Oh, okay.
So, up next, we have Pedro Rafael Chavez Ramos with the topic Moving with It. Let's get a round of applause, please.
Hi, my name is Pedro, and today I'm going to be sharing with you my speech, Moving with It. Love, well, grief. Grief is something we feel when love has nowhere to go. We feel grief when we lose a relationship, when we lose a friendship, when we lose a friend group. It is something that we need to start, I think, appreciating more because it gives us reason. When we talk about grief, we just think of the sad part of losing a person. We don't say, oh, maybe with this, I could be doing this, and this person that I lost will be proud of me. I think we sometimes lose the message. I think we should, I don't know, I'm going to give you an example. When I was younger, I had an uncle. My uncle sadly passed away like 2 years ago. He was someone I really admired, but he was taken away from me too young. He was like, he wasn't even 30. It was something hard. My aunt was really distraught. I was sad, but I didn't feel the pain, or I feel like that I didn't feel the pain like anyone else. I used it to be better. He always impulsed me to be someone that will be more responsible or be doing the things I liked or loved. When I was little, I also would be a little more at the back. So I just wanted to tell you that sometimes what we see as pain can be more of a motivation than that. Thank you.
That was actually a very profound speech. Like, I'm kind of surprised. And I
Yeah.
love the metaphor at the end of the scene. It was
I
really
think
good.
grief is a topic that affects all of us at certain point into our lives. And I think it's important knowing how to handle it.
Yes. Could we ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
So, by the way, amazing topic like grief. I think it's
Thanks.
something really interesting.
Thanks.
I wanted to ask you, what tips would you give to somebody who is grieving at the moment?
When I was dealing with my uncle's death, I was really focused on having someone. Well, I would have liked to have someone that supported me without telling me, "Oh, you have to move on," or just forget it. Sometimes people need silence. You just need someone to be there. So I would really recommend to, if you're the one helping a person that is going through it, just be quiet or be there for the person. And if you're going through it, try to find someone that can help you with it.
That's great advice.
That's
well,
really sweet.
thank you. You
Thank you
did
so
super
much.
good.
That's some great advice. Thank you so much.
Okay, so next we have Jesly Fremil Medrano Garcia with her topic, Without relationships, we wouldn't be human. A round of applause, please.
Okay, what really makes us human? Some people say it's our intelligence, our imaginations, or our ability to use language. But I think it's much simpler. And at the same time, it's much more powerful. It's our relationship, our ability to connect, to care, and to love. Without relationships, we wouldn't just be lonely, we wouldn't be human. From the moment we're born, we depend on others. A baby doesn't survive alone. Someone feeds us, protects us,
and teach us what love feels like. As we grow, we keep needing that connection. Friends who make us laugh, parents who guide us, teachers who believe in us. Every relationship shapes a small part of who we are. Think about how it feels when you spend time with your favorite people. You feel safe, seen, and understood. That that you don't have to pretend to be perfect. You just can be you. That's the magic of connection. It reminds us that human is not doing everything alone, but about sharing time with others. Of course, not all relationships are perfect. Sometimes we argue, get disappointed, or even lose people we love. But even in those moments, we grow, we learn, and we practice forgiveness and empathy. We realize that caring of others, even when it's difficult, makes us stronger, not weaker. In the end, relationships are what give life meaning. They are what turn ordinary moments to special moments. That turn strangers to family. Relationship is very important. Thank you.
Was again that was a great speech, and as she said, I think that the most important part about being comfortable around someone is not feeling the need to be perfect, but feeling secured and
Yeah, the
comfortable.
best thing about being with someone else is when you feel secure with them. It's so awesome.
Hi.
Okay,
Love your speech. Thank you.
can I ask you something?
Yeah, of
Can you
course.
talk a tad bit on how relationships form you to who you are now?
What? Can you repeat?
Like the relationships you have had in your life,
Yes.
have they formed you as a person?
Yes. Like if you have a relationship and if that relationship has the same value you have, he can form that person can form you and understand you and see what error you make and then change it and it's better for you.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's super good.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
So much.
Okay.
Up next, we have Carlos Federico Sanavia with the topic, are we human without our memories? A round of applause, please.
Well, have you ever imagined waking up one day without your memories? No idea who you are, who you love, or even what you have been through? Well, memories are not just moments stored in our head, are experiences that shape us as humans, help us to connect with other people in our lives, help us to find the path that we want for our future, help us also to, well, uh, help us to connect with other people, find the path that we want for our future, help us also to make a choice in our lives, also connect the past with our present and our present with our future. So memories, as I said, are not just moments, are experiences. Those moments that we shared lots with our friends, or those moments with our parents, or also the pain, the joy, the lessons that we got after mistakes. Those moments are actually what makes us human. So let's not rush to forget, and let's be happy and learn about our mistakes. So for you guys, what makes us human? Thank you.
That was, oh, there you go. That was a great speech. Like, I didn't, well, judging by its name, I kind of expected it, but with the main topic, I didn't expect it to be about memories and how they form us and stuff. we would love to ask you a question.
Um, why did you decide to talk specifically about memories?
What?
Why did you decided to specifically talk about memories? Why did you specifically thought about talking about memory? Why you choose that?
Thank you, thank you.
It was okay, don't worry.
Okay, so
Now we get to
up next we have Carlos David Lozada with the topic "The Guardians of Humanity." A round of applause. You should know this by now.
Some people see the law like a cage, something that looks used and it takes away freedom. But what if that cage was never meant to trap us? What if it was built to keep danger out? That makes of human. It's not only our brains or our inventions, it's our heart, our ability to care, to protect, and to live together. From the first time people form families and communities, we learn that we need more than food and shelter. We need trust and rules to live in space. That is why we create laws, not to limit us, but to guide us. We build armies and police, not to control, but to protect. The world has always been full of dangers from nature, from conflict, and sometimes from ourselves. But thanks to love and orders, we can sleep safely, walk freely, and dream of tomorrow. When a police officer rows toward danger, while soldier stands guard, they are not just following orders. They are defending that makes of human kindness, hope, and respect. Of course, power can be used the wrong way. That of course power can be used wrong way. That when fear grows and people forget why this system exists. But without law enforcement, there is no space, no safety, and no future. The law is not an enemy of freedom, it is the shield that protects it.
nothing.
So when we feel control, we must remember the problem is not the idea of protection, but forgetting the humanity behind it. Law enforcement is not separate from use. It is a reflection of us, our wish to protect each other from harm. That what makes of us human. Not control but consequence. No power but cooperation. The cage we fear is not true or one creation. A shield built by humans for humans to protect the light inside us all. They are and we are the guardians of human.
Oh, that was great. I really love your confidence while talking.
Hmm?
Oh, Sarah?
His words were very clear. Okay, our next presenter is going to be Diego Jose Santos with the topic "Why Our Flaws Define Us." Round of applause, please. From a surface level point, from a surface level point, I'm really interested in this topic because the title is something not many people would agree with.
Hey. Yeah. Hi everyone. I want to share something simple, but that we often forget is that everyone has flaws. Maybe you don't like how you look, or how you maybe you fail at something that you want to achieve, but that's okay and that's normal and that is human. But still, many of us want to have the perfect life, perfect body, uh, a perfect image that we create of ourselves, and that is actually not okay. Um, what actually defines us is what makes us different. Um, every scar that you have, every mistake that you, every risk that you've taken, it makes us human because uh, our flaws aren't something that we hide. They are part of our story, and scars shows you heal. Uh, Now think about the people that you love the most, maybe your family, parents, or a loved one. It's what it's inside that you actually care about and you feel for. And it's the same for you. You don't need to hide your cracks and every mistake that you took because that means that you are human. Thank
That was great. I love the title.
Topic. Now,
Oh,
who's next?
now we have Gabriel Suriel with his topic United by Words. Give him a round of applause, please. You did bad, people.
Well, I'm gonna talk why are we united by words? What makes us human? Is it our intelligence, our emotions, our ability to dream, to build, to love? All of these are part of the answer, but there is one thread that binds them all together: our words. Words are the bridge between our minds and the world. Before we could build cities, we had to share ideas. Before we could form families, we had to speak our hearts. And before we could write history, we had to tell histories. Words are the invisible threads that connect us across time, across distance, and across difference. They let us share not just information, but meaning. Through words, joy becomes contagious, pain becomes shared, and hope becomes possible. Think about it. A single word can start a friendship. A few words can end a war or start one. A poem written centuries ago can still move us to tears today. That is the power of language. It outlives us, yet carries us forward. We are born into a world woven from words. The lullabies of our mothers, the histories of our elders, the lessons of our teachers. Each language, each Asian, each phrase is a reflection of who we are and where we come from. Yet, no matter what tongue we speak, the purpose is the same: to reach one another.
That was inspiring.
Very good speech. Now we're gonna go on a break. We'll be with you guys in just a moment.
See ya.
All I wanna be All I want All I wanna be.
Guys, welcome back to our last section of the Tech Talk. Today we start with Omar Encarnacion with the power of words and labels.
A round of
A round of
applause,
applause.
please.
If tomorrow all labels disappear, like your name, your job, your religion, who will you really be? Hi, I'm Omar Encarnacion, and today I'm going to give you a quick reflection about labels. We all here have at least one label, and we may think it describes us or define us in some way. But there are other labels that actually can limit us and blind us. For example, if you are successful or you are called rich or famous, and one day on your life, one step, you are no longer that thing. Are you nothing, or are you going to consider you're nothing? We often use these labels to describe us and identify with them, but that's not our true humanity. Actually, humans are described with emotions, with our capacity to love, to socialize with others, and more stuff. In some cases, these bad labels, let's say, can cause a division among the people, like racism, classism, and sexism. There's a invisible barrier or bound amongst people that is like recreated with stereotypes, fear, and misunderstanding. But I want you all to imagine just for 1 second a world without labels, a world without with if you are different isn't a bad thing, and if you're excluded, it's not a bad thing. It's actually something to be celebrated with. So let's all let's see each other for who we really are. People with dream, people with stories, and people with love. Thank you very much.
That was a very great speech. I really like how he mentions people who are questioning themselves or people, but keeping themselves as they are. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, he specified a lot of labels. And we're gonna question him about it.
Hi. What would you say to the people who are being labeled, like being bullied of that?
I actually would say that the people that bully other people, they're not really doing it because they want. Actually, there's people that just do it because they think they will be better if they do it, or they think they're better just because they make other people smaller.
Okay. And have you ever felt limited or misunderstood because of a label someone gave you?
Actually, yeah, a long time ago, but I learned how to overcome it and actually grew as a person.
Okay,
Well,
thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So now we're gonna be having Alicia Hernandez with how our relationships define who we are.
Round
A
of
round of
applause.
applause, please.
Have you ever noticed how the people around you can completely change your mood, your goals, and even the way you see yourself? The truth is, our relationships play a huge role in defining who we are. That's why I believe it's so important to surround yourself with people who bring out the best in you. Think about it. Every person you spend time with leaves a mark on your life. Your friends, your family, your classmates, they all influence the way you think and the choices that you make. When you spend time with people who are kind, positive, and supportive, you start to become more confident and motivated. But when you are around but when you're around people who constantly bring negativity, it's easy to lose sight of your goals and doubt yourself. I've learned that the right people don't just accept you, they inspire you. They challenge you to grow, they celebrate your successes, and they lift you up when you fall. These are the relationships that help shape the best version of who you are. So, as you think about your own relationships, ask yourself this: are the people in your life helping you to grow,
or holding you back. Remember, the people you keep close will either build you or break you. Because in the end, our relationships shape not only who we become, but also how we love, care, and connect. That's what makes us human. The ability to lift each other up and grow together.
That was great. Some people just continue with their lives like she told.
Yeah, I really like the part where she talked about relationships and how they affect people. Okay, well, thank you. Now, next up, we have Daniela Batista with labels, no labels, just me.
A round of applause, please.
Okay. Think about the last time you laughed with a friend. Didn't it feel amazing? That kind of laugh when your stomach hurts, you can't stop smiling, and for a little while, nothing else matters. In that moment, you weren't thinking what other people think of you or what labels they put on you. You were just being yourself. And that feeling, that connection, it's something truly special. That, I believe, is what makes us human. It's not just that we can talk, think, or build things. What really makes us human is our need for friendship and the feeling that we belong. Sometimes we're asked, "Who are you?" And we tend to answer with labels. I'm a student, I'm an athlete, I'm popular, I'm quiet. But who are we without those labels? I think we are people who want to be seen, heard, and accepted. We want to know that we really matter. I'm still learning about life, but I know how important it is to feel included. When I'm with people who care about me, I feel more confident, more relaxed, and even more like myself. And I think that's true for everyone. Scientists say that people who have strong friendships live longer, stay healthier, and even feel less stressed. Um, some animals live alone in the wild, but us people, we need each other. We need friendship, love, support to live full, happy lives. So, who am I without a label? I'm someone who needs connection, someone who laughs, listens, and someone who cares just like you. We all want the same things: to be accepted, to be loved, and to belong. So, the next time you sit with a friend, or you include someone new, or even share a laugh with a family member or friend, think about this. That simple connection is what makes us truly human. Thank you.
That really
Okay,
touched my heart. That touched my heart. That was really good.
Yeah, it was a very interesting topic. The friendship part was really interesting, actually. I really liked it.
Hi.
So, what made you choose this topic?
I chose this topic because I feel like people often think that labels is what define us. And like I said in my speech, I feel like it's more the connection we create with other people and how we interact. And we have to stop thinking that labels are the things that define us, because that's not true.
Okay. And how do friendships shape the way we see ourselves beyond the labels?
Um, because when we create those connections, we literally feel like ourselves. We are being our true selves. We don't have to pretend to be someone else when we're around people who we feel, you know, good. So yeah.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, yeah.
Okay, so now we're gonna be having Rodrigo Marchena with packaging.
Round of applause, please.
Hi. Hi. What is your favorite food? And you might wonder, that has nothing to do with the subject, doesn't it? Well, actually, it has everything to do with the subject. Cooking is by far one of the most complex, uniquely human behaviors. It all stems back to tens of thousands of years ago with the discovery of fire and the invention of farming. When those new leeways to avoid sustenance in a form of survival, a leeway for luxury opened up. Luxury that then became localism. Different cultures developed different recipes. With those different recipes came about different cuisines. Cuisine is a form of commodity. Commodity is something that varies from place to place, something that could be described as a label. Different places have different commodities. Cold places have heating. Hot places like here have refrigeration. And that begs the question, if commodity is a form of label and luxury is too, what defines the people with different commodities and luxuries? Well, for an example, in cooking, utilizing different recipes and different ingredients makes a culture. With culture, different forms of people open up, thus giving way to a division, a label. In resume, cooking is one of the most ancient forms of label, a form of commodity that has been and will always be what makes us human. Thank you for listening.
Okay, wow, that was a very like different topic from all the other ones. She talked about a lot of cooking and how that was involved with culture, and I really like that. How
And
about
the
you?
labels that will make us inside the cooking and things like
Yeah.
that.
Okay, now, hello. Okay, how do you think luxury influence the way we define ourselves or our culture?
Well, luxury makes different people do different things, like I said in my speech. People from Canada maybe use heating. People from here use refrigeration, air conditioning.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, that's it?
Yeah.
Thank you.
So now we're gonna be having Ivana Sanchez with "Just Being Yourself Makes You a Better Person."
Round of applause, please.
Have you ever stopped and asked yourself what makes us human? Is it our intelligence or emotions or the way we can connect with others? For me, being human isn't just about thinking or surviving. It's about feeling, caring, and how we can connect with each other. Humans are the only species that can imagine a future, dream big, make art, music, or even express our feelings by stories. We laugh, we cry, we hope, and we even help each other when we don't have to. And that's something truly special. We also make mistakes, a lot of them, but what makes us human is our ability to learn, to grow, and keep going. We fail, we fall, and we stand up, always stand up, even better than before. So, what makes us human? It's not about perfection, it's our kindness, our imagination, and our ability to love. At the end of the day, being human means knowing that even the smallest actions and smile, a hand to each other, a world can change someone's world. And that's what makes us truly human. Thank you.
That was very good. That connects with a lot of people for being themselves and not wanting to be another one. That not just emotions are what makes us human, but being ourselves too.
Yeah, now we're gonna question her about everything.
Yeah. What would you say is what makes you yourself?
I think being unique. I think not everybody likes, like, for example, I can be unique by just having my own jokes. And I think that what makes us human, just being ourselves, but also helping each other.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So now we're gonna be having Miguel Melo with "Inhuman is Inhuman."
Round of applause,
Hello, hello. Okay. That's good. Well, this might sound a little cliche, but
I want to pose a genuine question for you all. There's not a hook. I just want a genuine question for you to all consider. Are people who actively hate and seek to segregate us still owed the title of human in our society? It's a genuine question. And while you all think of this question, I want to give you my answer. A simple and concise no. Might sound extreme, but this isn't about biology. It's about a moral contract that we all sign to be able to function properly in society. And if one's goal is to antagonize and put it against one another, then they just can't be a member of it anymore. To understand where I'm coming from, I want to address the controversy surrounding the tragic passing of far-right activist Charlie Kirk. This is a recent example. I first want to begin by clarifying, I'm not talking about people with misguided views. I'm specifically talking about extremists who dedicate their platforms to spreading systemic abuse, violence, and hatred. Charlie Kirk, amongst other things, was an advocate for the right to bear arms in the United States. He argued that the loss of a few innocent lives a year was a necessary evil to continue having this right. He also argued, amongst other things, that empathy was a made-up term, and that, and amongst other things, just many segregational, bigoted, and hateful comments. And despite him denying empathy himself, the consensus seems to be that we should still have empathy for him, because he was a human being after all. Yet, I think about it, and I can't bring myself, no matter how hard I try, to feel empathy for him. Now, before anybody calls me a sociopath, which I know is coming off that way, I want to first begin by saying I do feel empathy. I feel empathy for the innocent people who attended that event and were witness to violence. I feel bad. I feel empathy for his family and his friends who had to witness such a thing and experience the backlash. But for a person who argued for a world in which we're segregated for having distinct preferences, a world with no empathy, a world in which you or I could be considered less than somebody else simply because of our background. I just can't feel empathy for that. And now, I do want to feel bad. I want to feel empathy. But I can't. Because I believe empathy is reserved for those who are victimized and those who were victim to him and his views or any extremist views. I believe showing unconditional empathy for him is doing as much of a disservice to those victims as it is to his own views. So I don't want to make this all about Charlie, because it's not. This is about all of the extremists who are far worse than him, who put their views, promote hate, promote bigotry, promote segregation amongst our society, yet they are still offered that unconditional empathy. I believe, and I want you all now to answer the question that I posed initially. Are these people actually worth our time? Are they actually worth our empathy? Should we offer our empathy to them? Are they a member of our society? Are they considered human? Because you know what? Empathy is a moral responsibility to those who are victims, to those who are oppressed, and to those who are innocent. But we, as a society, have an even deeper responsibility to not cheapen the value of that empathy by offering it to those architects of hate unconditionally, solely due to their status as a biological human. I believe we have to all take a stand now and decide whether we truly want to keep extending our hand to those who are more than willing to bite it off. Thank you very much.
Wow, that was a very deep topic, and I really loved it.
Yeah, I
about
really
you?
liked it. As he speak, he didn't offend any people by their opinions, but stay in his POV. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay. Now, for our only question of the day, Do you think losing empathy is what truly makes someone less human?
I believe somebody's inability to feel empathy for others and to, feel for others and live through others is what makes them less human. Because somebody can have bigoted views, maybe you might have a few misguided views, but the respect that you hold for another human being and not attacking them actively is what makes you as human as I am.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you.
I love the topic, by the way.
That will be it for now. See you later.
Preparando lo que es el material del futuro.
Como maestros nos empeñamos para que los estudiantes aprendan con amor, para que los niños aprendan de manera divertida y que sean felices.
Me siento feliz de poder haber estudiado en este colegio que siempre está a la vanguardia, que siempre es un espacio seguro, que me ha proporcionado las herramientas para que en el día de hoy yo pueda ejercer mi carrera como educadora y dirigir un centro educativo del país.
Nuestro marco pedagógico como institución educativa esboza unas metodologías activas que ayudan, pues, por supuesto, a desarrollar ese enfoque por competencia que postula el currículum dominicano. Tenemos el trabajo colaborativo, por proyectos, por problemas, la gamificación, entendiendo que es una de las estrategias más vivenciadas en el área de inicial y primaria. Flipped Classroom o aula invertida, que se desarrolla mucho más con nuestros chicos de secundaria.
También se involucran la tecnología y tenemos muchísimas herramientas tecnológicas para enriquecer el aprendizaje de los estudiantes.
Nuestro objetivo desde el Departamento de Orientación es fortalecer la parte emocional de nuestros estudiantes, así como lo conductual y también en la parte académica, no solamente en su bienestar inmediato, sino para toda su vida futura.
Ha sido muy favorable para nosotros el cambio de colegio aquí. Al mediodía veníamos y la visitábamos mucho porque estábamos un poco inseguros, pero luego ya tuvimos la confianza y el colegio realmente ha sido muy satisfactorio para ella.
Siento que este es el segundo hogar de mis 3 hijos. He recibido apoyo en todas las áreas, no solamente en la parte cognitiva. Ellos cuidan el corazón de mis hijos y me cuidan a mí como madre.
Realmente mis hijos han encontrado el abrazo en el momento que lo han necesitado. Tuvimos 2 trágicas pérdidas en nuestra familia. Y lo que yo recibí ese día del colegio es, como madre, ustedes no se imaginan. Mis hijos tuvieron donde llorar y han tenido también donde celebrar sus grandes victorias. Actualmente mis 2 hijos los han becado 100% fuera del país y todo eso gracias a lo que académicamente recibieron.
El colegio tiene 93 años de fundado. Ha pasado por muchísimos momentos históricos y ha sabido salir adelante, ha sabido adaptarse a lo que se necesita en ese momento, dar lo mejor de sí e incluso hasta reinventarse.
Siempre está a la vanguardia en la preparación de los docentes, acuerdos institucionales, acuerdos internacionales, y hacemos el trabajo con presteza, con firmeza, siempre pensando en el futuro del país y el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes.
We don't have that signature as a bilingual school, but we are a bilingual school. We've been shifting a lot to what is ELA, where we have students focus more on actually using the language to learn the language. From 3rd grade all the way to 12th grade, we divide them in 4 different levels. So that means that we have teachers that focus on those levels. It's a very personalized teaching.
El colegio tiene un amor especial por el deporte en los estudiantes y lo desarrolla al máximo. No solamente los prepara a un nivel competitivo, sino que cada vez que el Colegio Luis Muñoz Rivera va a los distintos torneos y copas, viene
con un lugar privilegiado dentro de sus competidores.
Tenemos nuestros clubes deportivos, los mismos se desarrollan en las tardes. Tenemos clubes de fútbol, voleibol, básquetbol, ajedrez. Tenemos nuestro Lumuri Recrea, que ya son para nuestros chicos desde inicial hasta cuarto de primaria.
Pero no solamente se queda en el deporte. El Colegio Muñoz Rivera le da importancia a las artes. Se desarrollan en artes plásticas, en música en cuanto a instrumentos, canto, pero también en danza, en gimnasia, en teatro.
Me siento súper bien de poder participar en este proyecto y recomiendo a ustedes una institución de calidad como lo es el Colegio Luis Muñoz Rivera.
Para mí ha sido un gran orgullo y de mucha satisfacción ponerme en los zapatos de mis padres, contar con una historia como la que contamos en el Muñoz Rivera y con tanta gente que ha pasado por nuestras aulas.
Para mí el colegio es bueno, es interesante, es chulo.
Es un lugar donde uno se siente cómodo y que uno puede estar tranquilo.
Los profesores enseñan bien, trabajan duro para dar lo mejor para nosotros.
La manera en la que te explican las tareas, los trabajos, los temas.
Para nosotros es un trabajo gratificante saber que estamos preparando lo que es el material del futuro.
Como maestros nos empeñamos para que los estudiantes aprendan con amor, para que los niños aprendan de manera divertida y que sean felices.
Me siento feliz de poder haber estudiado en este colegio que siempre está a la vanguardia, que siempre es un espacio seguro, que me ha proporcionado las herramientas para que en el día de hoy yo pueda ejercer mi carrera como educadora y dirigir un centro educativo del país.
Nuestro marco pedagógico como institución educativa esboza unas metodologías activas que ayudan, pues, por supuesto, a desarrollar ese enfoque por competencia que postula el currículum dominicano. Tenemos el trabajo colaborativo, por proyectos, por problemas, la gamificación, entendiendo que es una de las estrategias más vivenciadas en el área de inicial y primaria. Flipped Classroom o aula invertida, que se desarrolla mucho más con nuestros chicos de secundaria.
También se involucran la tecnología y tenemos muchísimas herramientas tecnológicas para enriquecer el aprendizaje de los estudiantes.
Nuestro objetivo desde el Departamento de Orientación es fortalecer la parte emocional de nuestros estudiantes, así como lo conductual y también en la parte académica, no solamente en su bienestar inmediato, sino para toda su vida futura.
Ha sido muy favorable para nosotros el cambio de colegio aquí. Al mediodía veníamos y la visitábamos mucho porque estábamos un poco inseguros, pero luego ya tuvimos la confianza y el colegio realmente ha sido muy satisfactorio para ella.
Siento que este es el segundo hogar de mis 3 hijos. He recibido apoyo en todas las áreas, no solamente en la parte cognitiva. Ellos cuidan el corazón de mis hijos y me cuidan a mí como madre.
Realmente mis hijos han encontrado el abrazo en el momento que lo han necesitado. Tuvimos 2 trágicas pérdidas en nuestra familia. Y lo que yo recibí ese día del colegio es, como madre, ustedes no se imaginan. Mis hijos tuvieron donde llorar y han tenido también donde celebrar sus grandes victorias. Actualmente mis 2 hijos los han becado 100% fuera del país y todo eso gracias a lo que académicamente recibieron.
El colegio tiene 93 años de fundado. Ha pasado por muchísimos momentos históricos y ha sabido salir adelante, ha sabido adaptarse a lo que se necesita en ese momento, dar lo mejor de sí e incluso hasta reinventarse.
Siempre está a la vanguardia en la preparación de los docentes, acuerdos institucionales, acuerdos internacionales, y hacemos el trabajo con presteza, con firmeza, siempre pensando en el futuro del país y el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes.
We don't have that signature as a bilingual school, but we are a bilingual school. We've been shifting a lot to what is ELA, where we have students focus more on actually using the language to learn the language. From 3rd grade all the way to 12th grade, we divide them in 4 different levels. So that means that we have teachers that focus on those levels. It's a very personalized teaching.
El colegio tiene un amor especial por el deporte en los estudiantes y lo desarrolla al máximo. No solamente los prepara a un nivel competitivo, sino que cada vez que el Colegio Luis Muñoz Rivera va a los distintos torneos y copas, viene con un lugar privilegiado dentro de sus competidores.
Tenemos nuestros clubes deportivos, los mismos se desarrollan en las tardes. Tenemos clubes de fútbol, voleibol, básquetbol, ajedrez. Tenemos nuestro Lumuri Recrea, que ya son para nuestros chicos desde inicial hasta cuarto de primaria.
Pero no solamente se queda en el deporte. El Colegio Luis Muñoz Rivera le da importancia a las artes. Se desarrollan en artes plásticas, en música en cuanto a instrumentos, canto, pero también en danza, en gimnasia, en teatro.
Me siento súper bien de poder participar en este proyecto y recomiendo a ustedes una institución de calidad como lo es el Colegio Luis Muñoz Rivera.
Para mí ha sido un gran orgullo y de mucha satisfacción ponerme en los zapatos de mis padres, contar con una historia como la que contamos en el Muñoz Rivera y con tanta gente que ha pasado por nuestras aulas.
Para mí el colegio es bueno, es interesante, es chulo.
Es un lugar donde uno se siente cómodo y que uno puede estar tranquilo.
Los profesores enseñan bien, trabajan duro para dar lo mejor para nosotros.
La manera en la que te explican las tareas, los trabajos, los temas.
Para nosotros es un trabajo gratificante saber que estamos preparando lo que es el material del futuro.
Como maestros nos empeñamos para que los estudiantes aprendan con amor, para que los niños aprendan de manera divertida y que sean felices.
Me siento feliz de poder haber estudiado.
Hello. Today we'll be starting our speeches with Dana Isabel Jimenez Tiburcio, with her topic, The Power of Choice, Defining Ourselves in a World Full of Possibilities. Give her a round of applause, please.
We live in a time that celebrates individuality, but only after we've labeled it. I think that in this day and age, your value is based on the labels that are either given to you by others or that you give yourself to the best of your ability, like smart, timid, or confident. But that shouldn't be the case, as labels are vague, superficial descriptions that have the potential to hold you back from your true worth. Like, for example, if you live by one specific characteristic, you could put yourself into a box, not allowing you to grow as human beings are meant to. Or if you don't relate to one specific characteristic, you could suffer the societal consequences of not being able to have a role in humanity. When we define ourselves by these terms, we do ourselves an injustice. Labels should instead serve as helpful starting points that can guide us into discovering who we are, what our interests are, and how we relate to the world. Knowing that you're introverted, ambitious, or creative can give you a sense of direction or even comfort. But the problem arises when you let these words define your entire identity. When we let these words limit us instead of giving us a sense of self, we lose the freedom of being able to explore who we are beyond them. Humans are always changing and growing, and no one label can ever truly depict that. If someone were to call you shy, you may start to avoid situations that could challenge that idea, even if a part of you wants to. Or if you were seen as smart, you may feel the pressure to always have the answers and never being able to show uncertainty. Labels can become invisible walls, shaping our actions and how others treat us. But if we stop trying to fit into these categories and instead accept the idea that humans can be many things at once, we could live more freely, learn more deeply, and connect more genuinely with others. In the end, labels are ways to begin our journey into self-discovery, but they should never be the destination. We can use them as tools to understand certain part of ourselves, while still leaving room for change and growth. Because who we are today probably won't be who we are tomorrow, and that's not a sign of confusion or weakness. It's proof that we are human. Thank you.
Wow. Wow, wow. That was actually a great speech right there. I really love the part that she said that everybody should feel comfortable with herself, right?
Yeah, yeah. I like that as well. It was very good.
Okay, so up next we have Emily Muñoz Perez with the topic Don't Put Me in a Box. Please,
Let's give her a round of applause, please, again.
Have you ever noticed how obsessed people are with putting up labels to you, like without them getting to know you? They usually just don't want to know who you are and they want to know what you are. They usually just trying to put a label like in category people like, okay, you're gonna be the funny one, you're gonna be the artsy one, you're gonna be the smart one. What if I don't fit in? I don't fit in on any of those folks. Like, what if I just I'm not a part of those, and I'm just a different person. Um, Honestly speaking, maybe there are days that I just want to feel like I want to talk to everyone. I want to be with all my friends. I want to be social, but there probably are days that I just want to be in a black hoodie and not talk to anybody. So what if I'm not neither of those, or maybe am I both? And I'm probably just never gonna get to know if I'm gonna be that type of person or another type of person. Which it's okay because we're humans. We need to evolve on a daily basis. And honestly speaking, it's okay. We need to change if we need to be different and we need to do things on a different things on a daily basis. It's okay if we change. It's okay if we do different things. We're human beings at the end of the day, and that's totally fine. Thank you.
That's very deep right there.
A great aspect to being human. Wow.
Okay, okay. That was actually great.
Yeah.
Next up, we have Valeria Fonder, and with the title of The Person, Not the Label.
Give it a round of applause, please.
Have you ever been judged without someone even knowing your name? Most of us have. Maybe it was a glance, a whisper, or a passing comment. Usually, it's because of the label society gives us, like maybe popular, weird, troublemaker, athlete, shy. Even words that seem simple can stick. They shape how people see us, how we see ourselves, and how we live our lives. What makes us human is our ability to see each other for who we are, for who we truly are, instead of the labels others place on us. I may still be figuring out life, but even in high school, I see how people get judged or put into boxes. I've been called quiet or too emotional, and I know how it feels to shrink under those labels. But I've also had moments when someone looked past that, maybe a teacher noticing my creativity or a friend appreciating my sense of humor. Those moments remind me that we're more than words pinned on us. When people are only seen as a label, they feel invisible. But when somebody notices your personality, your dreams, or your heart, you feel seen, understood, and connected. That's what makes life human. Labels don't tell us the whole story. Society shows every person is unique with their own experiences and perspectives. Not a single word or category can define a person completely. Think about it. The class clown might be the kindest friend you'll ever had. Or maybe the quiet kid might be the boldest thinker in the room. Who decides what labels mean? And why should they matter more than the person behind them? So the next time you meet someone, pause, look past the labels, ask, listen, notice what makes them human. Because at the end of the day, labels fade, but who we are stays. And that's why being human means seeing the person, not the label. Thank you.
I actually love that speech. And
Yeah.
I think she's right in the part that you should be yourself, right?
Yeah, you need to be yourself, express yourself very well. Just be you.
Yeah, that's right. And
Next up, we have Miranda Hernandez with the label,
topic, sorry, with the topic. the untutored self. Give it a round of applause, please.
Have you ever stopped yourself and think, why are you aware that you're alive? Why does human not only eat, breathe, and survive, but we also imagine, dream, and believe in miracles? What makes us different from the other life beings that we share this planet with? And how odd is our existence, floating on this vast and empty universe with only ourselves and our curiosity to explore beyond? That's where humanity begins. Not in the muscles or bones, but in consciousness. Science indicates that the human brain accounts about 2% of the human weight, but we nearly use 20% of our energy. And why is that? Well, it's because thinking, imagining, and reflecting take a work. When a child looks in the mirror and realizes, oh, that's me, the child isn't just playing around. That's the first sign of self awareness. It's one of the earliest proofs of what makes us different. But humans don't stop annoying themselves. We also question everything around ourselves. When an apple fell on Newton's head, millions of people before him have seen an apple fall. But only one person stood up and asked, why? That question, that curiosity, is what gave birth to physics and astronomy and every scientific discovery we know as today. And yet, being human is not only about being intellectual, it's also about morality. We don't just react to survive, we reflect on what's right. Psychologists discuss the trolley problem, a scenario in which one must save either one person or many. There's no right answer to it, but humans still debate it as today. If we feel guilt, we analyze morality, and that's something no instinct can explain. But there's still one more thing left: belief. Even with our knowledge, we still look beyond ourselves. 80% of the world's population believes in something greater, a God, a destiny. So maybe being human isn't only about being perfect, but it's also constantly searching for meaning, for truth, and for connection. Because when everything fades, our names, or roles, or stories, what remains is a miracle knowing that we exist, and the endless wonder of asking why.
That's a lovely speech right there. I really like that.
So inspiring.
Okay, so right next we have Ingrid Teresa Castillo de la Cruz with the topic The Silence After the Question. Who are you? Sounds interesting, right? Please let me hear it from Ingrid.
Okay. If all your labels disappear today, your race, your nationality, your gender, will you still know who you are? Us as humans are used to label everything. Like, that's a chair, there you can find a table, and here I have a microphone. That's part of our desire of inventing and seeking for knowledge. But if you don't have any labels to speak of, will you still know who you are? When someone asks you the question, who are you? My first answer would be something like, oh, my name is Ingrid. I'm Dominican. I use she, her pronouns. I'm heterosexual. I'm a senior, whatever. But if you don't have any labels to speak of, if you cannot use any of these labels, who will you be if things like that wouldn't exist anymore? Will you truly know who you are? Or will you still lost looking for an answer that is not there anymore? Since we're born, labels are like some type of stickers that describe all of our characteristics. They might be good or bad, you can agree or not, but they're there. I was reminding you the other's perspective about yourself. Some people may say the first impression is what matters, and you are what others get of that impression. Like that's all that we are, someone else's perspective. And that's actually not it. We are fears, we're dreams, we're thoughts, and the quiet moments that nobody else understands. Labels fluctuate, evolve, fade, but our essence is what truly makes us who we are. And that is what people that truly took the opportunity to get to know us will always remember about us. Think about it. Centuries ago, women were labeled as weak, as dumb, fragile, and meant to stay silent. Yet today, they're visionaries, scientists, entrepreneurs. Now, I can give you another example. Black people, they were labeled as inferior, as property. Now they carry those same labels with pride and resilience. The words didn't change with them. Society keeps requiring those labels, those perspectives, because we are changing. We're constantly changing our perspective of everything, meaning that that is not some type of fixed truth, just reflection of a temporary belief. So, who you are without the answer, I actually don't know the answer at all. And that might be it. Maybe the truest part of being human is not something that you can describe with a word, but what can be described at all. Thank you.
Wow, that was actually great, and I love like her posture,
Yeah, I love it too.
the pronunciation, and the speech. Okay, come here.
Come here a second, Ingrid, please.
Hi.
Okay, so I really loved your speech, and I want to make you a question real quick. What made you pick this topic?
Actually, I have been through a lot of stuff to get to know myself, and more than in these teenage years that you're trying to know, like, oh, what am I gonna do with my life? I wanna do this, I wanna do that. What I like, how I consider who I am, which career I wanna do my whole life. So most people used to label you since they know you for the first impression, and they might think like, oh yeah, she's like this because that's the first thing I see about her. Or that's what other people said, but they never really get the opportunity to get to know you deeply.
I get it, and I think it's pretty awesome that you choose this topic because it's very important. And right now, in this child era, it's very hard to know yourself. Thank you, Ingrid.
All right, it's a pleasure to be here.
Okay, so right next we have Maria Martinez with the topic Perfectly Imperfect. Please.
Let's give her a round of applause, please.
How about the last time you caught yourself copying someone's laugh, doing a TikTok dance just like your friend, or quoting a line from a movie? You probably didn't even notice it, right? But that little thing we do almost all the time shows something really important about being human. We learn and connect to imitation. What makes us human is not just our ability to speak or to think, we, but our extraordinary talent to imitate and then turn what we imitate into something entirely new. Imitation is not a limitation. It's a superpower that allows us to absorb the world around us, adapt and adapt and innovate. That innovation shapes the way we communicate, connect, and connect, and that's one of the most important defining features of human existence. I know this from experience. I've caught myself imitating other people's mannerisms, not in a way to copy them, but as a way of to learn from them and their experience. And that's not about losing my own identity. It's about stepping into someone else's perspective and making it my own. Limitation isn't the think about language. As children, we start to imitate people's way of speaking or words, sentences, often without understanding them. But soon enough, we start
to make up our own phrases, telling our experiences and telling our own stories. Imitation becomes creation. Yet, in a world obsessed with originality, we are told to stand out or to be different. And I think we have misunderstood what this really means. Being unique doesn't mean being isolated. It means taking what already exists, like mannerism, expressions, and turning it into something with our own touch. Imitation isn't the opposite of originality. That's the cycle that keeps that's the cycle that keeps humanity going from generation to generation, from one mind to another. So the next time you catch yourself echoing someone's words or gestures, don't rush to hide it. Instead, you're experiencing one of the oldest and most important human acts there is. Learning from each other and learning from each other and being connected together. Well, actually,
That was very good. And that topic and this speech reminded me of something my old friend said, that sometimes you unconsciously watching other persons and trying to be like them, you lose yourself. And I
Yeah,
think that's bad.
you need to be yourself, express it, just just be free.
Okay. Let me ask you some questions.
So Maria, n- how do you came up with your theme?
at first I was gonna do something really basic actually, but then uh, I don't know. I came up with the idea of uh, like the topic is the art of imitation, right? So I thought that maybe we couldn't.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Thank you,
Bueno,
Mario.
gracias.
That was actually great. Okay, so up next,
We have Sara Martinez with the power of connection, choice, and curiosity. Curiosity.
let me hear it for Sarah.
Human history is full of inventions: fire, the wheel, electricity, and somehow the selfie stick. But none of these would matter if we had no one to share these with. From the beginning, humans have been survivors, not because we're the strongest or fastest, but because we have each other. At the heart of that togetherness lies something simple yet powerful called friendship. It might sound ordinary, but it's one of the most extraordinary things about being human. Studies show that people with close friendships live longer, recover faster, and handle stress better. Friendship is like an invisible shield that protects you from the chaos of the world. But beyond science, friendship teaches us how to trust, forgive, and find joy in the small things. Picture this: two children on a playground. One is confident, the other one is shy. A simple hello can turn into laughter, trust, bond that never breaks throughout the years. That's the quiet power of friendship, since it survives time, distance, and change. It's not always easy. Friendship comes with arguments, misunderstandings, and moments of distance. But coming back from them is the most powerful thing of all. It teaches patience and empathy and reminds us that we never face the world alone. But it's also laughter. It's also joy, like late night memes, dancing till your body gives out. Those small things make life extraordinary. What defines us isn't just intelligence or creativity, it's connection. Friendship makes the shy bolder, the weak stronger, and makes life less lonely. Because what makes us human isn't just what we achieve, but who we share it with. Friendship isn't just a part of life, it's the heartbeat of it. The quiet proof that even in a fast world, we still need each other. And maybe that's the most human thing of all. Thank you.
I really like this speech. And you know what? I think he's right on the part that friends are so important to us.
Yeah, they are so important in life. They teach you so many things.
Okay. So, okay, I really like your speech at first.
Thank you.
And I wanted to ask you, what did you inspire on picking that topic?
Because I have it was inspired by my best friend of 15 plus years. Because we went to the same school and everything, but I changed schools. I came here, so everything with COVID and everything wasn't that easy to come from.
Get it. I get it. It should be hard. And I think it's amazing that you keep your friend. And that's a real friendship right there. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Next up, we have Ivana Ramos with the "In the end, we are all human."
Okay, so let me hear some applause for Ivana.
I never thought that something that didn't happen to me could affect me so much until a deathbed tragedy happened. That day showed me something important about who we are. Somehow, grief reached to all of us, even if we weren't directly involved. I myself have lost people close to me, and maybe you have as well. Maybe it was a family member or a friend or someone close to you or your family. But this tragedy showed me that grief is not just an individual burden, but it's something that we can also feel together. Because sometimes it spreads because we care about others. I didn't have anyone involved in it, but people close to me did. And watching them suffer brought back my own pain. And that's when I realized that grief isn't always just personal. It's something that we can feel together. Everybody knew about what happened. It was everywhere. You could sense it in conversations, in online posts, and even in the silence afterwards. And even in the silence afterwards. But you could sense it in conversations, in posts online, and even in the silence afterwards. But this showed me that grief, if grief is powerful enough to make a whole country feel for each other, then it doesn't only have the power to hurt us, but to unite us. And that, I believe, is what makes us human. Thank you.
A great speech right there. What do you think?
I think it was amazing as well. It's very well.
I really feel identified with that topic, and I really like that. Okay, so let's ask this one question, Ivana. Okay, so being yourself makes you a better person. What made you talk about that?
I saw how everybody suffered during the deathbed tragedy, and even though I didn't have anyone involved, I saw people suffering close to me, and that made me realize that even if I wasn't directly affected, I could still feel it for others.
Very empathetic.
Thank you. Okay, so right next we have Dylan Sufran with the topic the mirror.
Let's give her. Let's give him a round of applause, please.
Ever notice how obsessed we are with our own reflection? From the first handprint in a cave wall to the latest iPhone selfie, humans have always tried to capture themselves. To say, this is me, I am here. What makes us human is the need to mirror ourselves. In stories, in art, in technology. It's as if we can only understand who we are by seeing it reflected back. I'm no philosopher, but I've seen people paint portraits, write stories, film videos, and even build robots, all because we're desperate to see ourselves outside our own skin. I do it too, we all do. We tell stories about heroes and villains, and somehow it always ends up being about us. We write love songs to hear what our longing sounds like. We post we post pictures online to see ourselves in other people's eyes. And now we build machines that think, talk, and even create like us. Maybe because deep down we want to know if that reflection can love us back. It's strange, isn't it? The more reflections we make, the more we don't seem to recognize the original. We as humans, we chase perfect images, perfect words, and even a perfect version of ourselves when perfection isn't really human. A reflection always supposed to be flawless. They're supposed to remind us that we exist, that we feel, and we matter. So maybe being human is not about the reflection at all. Maybe being human is about the longing, the urge to leave a mark, to tell your story and say that you were here. This is me. Because long after the screens go dark, the stories fade, and the machines stop humming, the need to be seen, to be remembered, that's always what's going to make us human. Thank you.
I really like that speech, and the message of it is actually pretty deep, and you should listen to it and think about it. Okay, Dylan, I have a question for you. How do you think people have a different meaning to your text?
Definitely. I think there's a lot of different perspectives. Some may like the actual reflection of ourselves, seeing it in other stuff, like for example, AI. But there's also the other perspective, like mine, that we want this reflection to be perfect, but being perfect isn't what represents us actually at all.
That's true. And I think it's pretty good that you talk about that because everybody should listen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so right now we're going to take a break. See you later. See you right back.
Para mí el colegio es bueno, es interesante, es chulo.
Es un lugar donde uno se siente cómodo y que uno puede estar tranquilo.
Los profesores enseñan bien, trabajan duro para dar lo mejor para nosotros.
La manera en la que te explican las tareas, los trabajos, los temas.
Para nosotros es un trabajo gratificante saber que estamos preparando lo que es el material del futuro.
Como maestros nos empeñamos para que los estudiantes aprendan con amor, para que los niños aprendan de manera divertida y que sean felices.
Me siento feliz de poder haber estudiado en este colegio que siempre está a la vanguardia, que siempre es un espacio seguro, que me ha proporcionado las herramientas para que en el día de hoy yo pueda ejercer mi carrera como educadora y dirigir un centro educativo del país.
Nuestro marco pedagógico como institución educativa esboza unas metodologías activas que ayudan, pues, por supuesto, a desarrollar ese enfoque por competencia que postula el currículum dominicano. Tenemos el trabajo colaborativo, por proyectos, por problemas, la gamificación, entendiendo que es una de las estrategias más vivenciadas en el área de inicial y primaria. Flipped Classroom o aula invertida, que se desarrolla mucho más con nuestros chicos de secundaria.
También se involucran la tecnología y tenemos muchísimas herramientas tecnológicas para enriquecer el aprendizaje de los estudiantes.
Nuestro objetivo desde el Departamento de Orientación es fortalecer la parte emocional de nuestros estudiantes, así como lo conductual y también en la parte académica, no solamente en su bienestar inmediato, sino para toda su vida futura.
Ha sido muy favorable para nosotros el cambio de colegio aquí. Al mediodía veníamos y la visitábamos mucho porque estábamos un poco inseguros, pero luego ya tuvimos la confianza y el colegio realmente ha sido muy satisfactorio para ella.
Siento que este es el segundo hogar de mis 3 hijos. He recibido apoyo en todas las áreas, no solamente en la parte cognitiva. Ellos cuidan el corazón de mis hijos y me cuidan a mí como madre.
Realmente mis hijos han encontrado el abrazo en el momento que lo han necesitado. Tuvimos 2 trágicas pérdidas en nuestra familia. Y lo que yo recibí ese día del colegio es, como madre, ustedes no se imaginan. Mis hijos tuvieron donde llorar, y han tenido también donde celebrar sus grandes victorias. Actualmente mis 2 hijos los han becado 100% fuera del país y todo eso gracias a lo que académicamente recibieron.
El colegio tiene 93 años de fundado. Ha pasado por muchísimos momentos históricos y ha sabido salir adelante, ha sabido adaptarse a lo que se necesita en ese momento, dar lo mejor de sí e incluso hasta reinventarse.
Siempre está a la vanguardia en la preparación de los docentes, acuerdos institucionales, acuerdos internacionales, y hacemos el trabajo con presteza, con firmeza, siempre pensando en el futuro del país y el bienestar de nuestros estudiantes.
We don't have that signature as a bilingual school, but we are a bilingual.
Hi guys, so that was a wrap for our TED Talk.
Going back to you, Pedro.
Okay, well back. Okay, this couple of days, we've been witness of over 150 talks, talking about not comparing yourself to others, genuine connection, and who am I without a label. I know it's been difficult for most of the students. I've seen students over here crying, being nervous. But overall, I want to congratulate secondary, also the teachers who did a great job. So starting all over. No. Okay, so 3 days. Long 3 days for everybody. We've gone over 150 talks, talking about or listening to students, talking about genuine connection, talking about comparing themselves to others or not comparing themselves to others, and who am I without a label. Over 150 talks and a lot of messages that were sent to the students and to the families and to everybody. It was great 3 weeks, great 3 days. It's been almost a month and a half of preparing your students to come over and speak in public, which is something very difficult to do. Not everybody's able to do that. And I feel really proud of seeing all of you come up, be brave enough to give your talks and send a message to your peers. Once again, thank you so much. And it's a wrap. The Moody TED Ed 2025 on its 7th edition. Thank you.